I had to stop here because it was late. Director Cosmos. A new possibility has been presented by the defense. I did my Duolingo earlier, so... yeah. Like, my main thing with streaming when I'm away is if the internet's gonna be good enough to stream anything decent. Because sometimes it's like, oh, the internet's that bad that I might be able to multiplayer with someone with a game through Steam, but then for streaming plus playing games and that, it's just not working very well. I have to put it down to like 720 or 480p. I'll see though. They are claiming that you were this third person. Ah, forgive me! I'm so sorry! So, the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly? Ah! Doing the spinnies. The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. I then went past the elevators and all the way around to boarding lounge 1 again. Okay. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. Yeah, the victim's Clay Terran. We're continuing this. It was kind of interesting how it sort of tried to stick the case together with the bombing in between. What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, it isn't, it's right here, see? Yeah, it's a small, it might not be easy to see with some backgrounds. I haven't changed it for ages, like. Been a while. No, I think I've got it on a custom thing. Enable custom code, edit custom code. Yeah, I've got no custom code on it, that's fine. Anyway, that's how it come up, but I have noticed it is harder to read on some screens. I see. So then. Are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Hold it!
Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall. That is an excellent point. No, I didn't know it was Cosmonautics Day, so this is topical, isn't it? I didn't know Cosmonautics had a day. The 12th of April. Ah, it is. There you go. It's celebrated in Russia and some other post-Soviet states. That's why. I guess it was for Sputnik. Is it for another part? I'm reading it on the side now. Well, I guess we're celebrating it with Ace Attorney Cosmic Turnabout. So 12th of April was declared space tour of cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. Gagarin orbited Earth for 1 hour and 40 minutes aboard the Vostok 1. The first human orbital spaceflight in history. That makes sense. And yeah, it was the space race stuff. Yeah. I was in the right kind of field. And then it was... yeah, it was connected with Sputnik. So there you go. That's cool. I didn't know there was a day for that. Oh, neat. Yeah, that'd be cool. Dress around in a spacesuit. That seems a bit gimmicky though, doesn't it? All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. Well, it makes some sense if he told this lies to cover from Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, I think. So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit. But where's the proof? Ah, I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said she saw the killer at 10 AM, correct? Yes, and... well, I was on the 4th floor, helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like, they'll corroborate me. On Aura. We haven't seen much of her character yet. I like the impression we got. She reminds me of Franziska von Karma, how she treats the robots. But I'm interested to see if we get more on her. The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 AM. And that you arrived at the lounge after that? Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. What was it? I need to review the evidence a bit to remind myself. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling. On that Aura statement. Something could be in here. I am to 7 PM, that was public. Oh, we've got 2. Why do we have... oh no, it's the same picture. I'm just going back and forth thinking it was another one. Duh. Some of the design things are like... they tried to go for a robotics thing, but they gave her a flathead screw kind of look. Not sure if I'm sold on that. Because they're all flathead screw heads to the screws. as long as he has an alibi. We can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. And again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw. Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please. Oh yeah, a few screws loose, but I mean, that seems to be the Blackwell family, doesn't it? What I really witnessed. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door, well, the launch pad 1 door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. So he was shot by the killer as well, and then they disappeared. Yes, although luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know, because I heard a pang, and that must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured. He's paying attention, isn't he? To the case. Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal? That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right, what a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran, he's killed. The culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. Judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where a mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate, but what I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Who vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence!
Silence, yes indeed. A riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. A great man is always misunderstood in his own time, but he must remain true to himself even if those around him don't understand. Wow, that might be the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple, because it was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director in Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter-evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was dark as a black hole in there. Duh. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Donald? Yeah, I was just thinking something. I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Huh? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what we can do with him. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. I find it odd that she kind of summons that from Widget, but then in other parts she already has the display up, and then she has to bring it up again. Okay, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. Those seem decent emotions to have for that. I had to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I'm near the elevator side door. Oh, I am dropping a few frames, hang on. So this to 8, that should do. And, well, the launch pad 1 door and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
Got it.
Sad. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door. The great Yuri Cosmos? Afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? I can't believe I got that first go. Let's go. Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. I'm most certainly not. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Yeah, I'm fairly warm. What's the temperature doing? If it's not just me. I think it's me. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like, after that, I would have gone lack of surprise after the killer vanished. Or even like a sense of happiness, like relief. Wow, he's speechless. It looks like he hit the nail on the head, boss. It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with its testimony. Go get it. Okay, back to the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. Oh. Wait, gonna have a second one? I did think that. This did seem odd, like they had vanished into thin air.
Got it.
Okay, that one wasn't right. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here. I did think it was strange though, that he wasn't relieved that the killer had disappeared. Because he was the one getting shot at, as per this testimony. Maybe it's a surprise, like you're saying. Yeah. I was on that track. It was one or the other. You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. No. But, I was thinking of the relief you would get going, the murderer's not here, they're not gonna shoot me again, sort of thing. Maybe I'm conflating happiness with relief in that case, because there's only 4 emotions. I can't have that wider band on the meter she has. I did, and that kind of thing just doesn't happen usually. And yet at that time you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you... Ugh. I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went, isn't that right? What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launchpad door was filled with smoke, making it impossible. And as for the southern door, I was standing right there, so there was nowhere for the killer to run to. But you said you were hiding. Maybe or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door? I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arm came rushing towards us herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would be caught by her. And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? Ugh. I just input those two pieces of data and yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto changer, less discord. Looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launchpad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launchpad one door. It's that knob, probably. Because where was it? Yeah, the knob's the other way in this picture. Yeah. When we put the two pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here? That's where the trash chute was.
Take that!
The culprit went through the launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they? Oh, they counted that as a launchpad 1 door? Yes, I mean no! Disaster to starboard! We're going to crash into an asteroid! A master tactician, you are not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. Well, see, they've said it's a rubbish chute, but they haven't said that it's an incinerator. But that's also where I'm going. Turn the knob. Because like here you could have a rubbish chute that ends up just going to a bin and there's rubbish for the whole building down the bottom of it, not necessarily an incinerator, because we haven't heard anything about an incinerator that I remember. True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. But that door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Terran and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock, do you? That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer use this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. Well, the only ones were Mr. Starbucks.
Take that!
The darts. Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbucks prints are actually what we found on the device's screen. Ah! Looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Huh? Oh yes, by all means. There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1. Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? Oh, right. I must have forgotten that they mentioned an incinerator then. I think that's it. Then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? We looked for more footage. It wasn't there. I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your boldness. I beg your pardon? Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point... Oh my, the footage cuts off! The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There was no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. And I thought it was such a good idea too. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery. It doesn't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa boldness. Oh, okay. The grandchild's there. Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Will we see the judge's grandchild then? Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? If I must. I do avoid getting shot. Oh, it hit around here, that's why. Okay. I went to the lounge. That's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. So you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right? Yeah, those make sense. Surprise when she appeared. The surprise when she appeared could be sus.
Got it.
Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you and again when she fired? Well, I know why he'd be surprised when she fired at him. Isn't that a bit unnatural? Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me? First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, A strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were more surprised when came, probably. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. Ah. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence operation hide under your desk. Ah! He's so spinny. He's such a spinny boy. Please tell me you've finally sunk this battleship. 30%, not quite. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launchpad door. And whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. Have a good one, hamster. I'll catch you. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see, this footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. It's the knob. Come on, get with it. Director Cosmos. What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you. That's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you'd have pointed it out already. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. The knob.
Take that!
The answer is this knob. Ah, that's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launchpad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos, and let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door? Fine, I admit it. You're right, I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away. You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. I guess that clears up what that knob is for, does it now? Pretty sus to me. Oh, so if the killer escaped into the launchpad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launchpad to the launch site. I don't think so. The launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then, where did the killer escape to? I really thought that knob was going to be connected to the rubbish chute. I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony. There might be more explosions, so I had to cut the launch pad loose. There was a sea of smoke. Confound it, where on earth could they have gone? I'm wondering why he's angry here.
Got it.
Okay, that's not the right one. You think we made a mistake?
Got it.
Why were you happy there? That's what my other thought was. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself. How did you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. How do you know about that too? Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing. But if you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. And even if I did, I would never ever tell you. So there. I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake. And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
You, a man of integrity, don't make me laugh. But Prosecutor Blackwell, what came over him all of a sudden? You've spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider great barefaced liar an honor. Liar! His words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions? My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge one side. The police confirmed this on the scene. What? Liar! So that means the director didn't move the launch pad? Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar! Well, it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we might just find where the killer escaped to. Ah. You're sure it must have went somewhere? You'd think they should have gone must have gone somewhere. That's better English than must have went somewhere. We just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Are you not man enough to, boy? Damn, Blackwell's going for him. Gah! Ah, talk about hitting below the belt. Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Ah, no, what if we swapped the Space Museum and the launch pad? That means the killer could have escaped into the museum and then gone out the other side. Wait a minute, maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would be right where the police found it. Cut some of his hair off! Ah. You made him sound like Mr. Starbuck. Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you, however. Our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. Alright. So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy. Ah! And reminding me of Phantasm with boy. Get a grip, Mr. Right, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved. But our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched, even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute, maybe, just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if when the director moved launch pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull, or I'll cut you. Mr. Right, you'll explain yourself at once. I know I'm right. If it was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor, let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was to switch it with another place. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? Switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the launch pad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1. The museum, I could tell way off. Let's go. Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other. You can't mean. The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum. That's why Starbuck was so anxious, because he saw the rocket and went, this is exactly the same. This is gonna fail me so hard. What? Balderdash. And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every little inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the accident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter the launch pad from boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2. Welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 AM to 7 PM. Post-mortem. Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There is no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. Gah! After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into boarding lounge 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who, we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. It most likely is. Hey, lock on. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Is the chat not showing up? Anyway. Ah, right, Dono. I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Sword's Master Bluff. These lines, they're great. I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor. Exactly what he said. Yeah, there's the chat. There we go. But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. Well, that's right, you have no proof I switched the launch pads. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. Behind the whole time! Just behind the crook of his arm here and the tank. That's a 2, not a 1. Hey, the corridor button on the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see, this is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? Huh? That number on the floor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. And if this is just another bluff? Oh, don't worry, it's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor of the Space Museum. Very well, don't answer this for me if you would. What is this footage proves that the corridor belonged to the Space Museum?
Take that!
Your mum is a blood prosecutor. There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. And take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? Also, they could rewind the footage a bit and see. Why aren't we looking backwards in the footage a little bit? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is a 1 to the Space Museum. Gah! He got cut by Phoenix's spluff sword! Ah, he's losing it. And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1 on the side opposite the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Turing, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible. The 2 launch pads were actually switched, but you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. They can't handle events of this magnitude. Everyone was out in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. I do like the music, and the music's pretty good in this one. Bye bye. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. God! My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Time to deploy my ultimate engine. A weapon. Galactic engine, ignite! What? It's gone haywire! Oh, it won't stop! It's even shooting stars out of it! My stars, my glory! Oh! He's got stars like Sonic has rings! No, not that way! Oh! What the heck? But bailiff, on your seat and after that witness. You're back. His scooter just went haywire, hamster. How did you know? How did you... I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads? I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realised the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched to 2 launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to pry it out of him, huh? Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Oh yeah, they're missing from his outfit! Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. Well, he lost his stars like Sonic loses rings, so... I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us! Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why, but I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again? There's still that woman on the right-hand side that we haven't seen. Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. Then the dream is still alive.
Silence.
You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point. He's right. I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What? Me? Ah! Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. Ah! If I'm going to die, I want to die in space. I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself. Ah! Now, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. That annoyingly cheerful laugh. It can be none other than... There he is. Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. In justice we trust. In Apollo justice. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. No, well, I don't have no idea how long the case is going for, let's be honest. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fulbright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think it was serious, though. So what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter? Well, that's right. A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim, Clay Terran's blood, along with his killer's fingerprints on it. Whoa, what? Ah. Order. Guess who the fingerprints belong to? So I would imagine it's someone we have. Yeah, even Blackwell's being sent through a loop here. Like, if it's... What would be funny if it was Candace Arm, because she's already dead. But I doubt they'd do that in an Ace Attorney game. Maybe Yuri's just a liar and incompetent. That's what I'd do in this situation, is make the finger the killer as Candace Arm, and then you've got someone that can't defend themselves either. That said, it could be Aura trying to enact her in vigilante justice because she doesn't trust the law system of the law, which she's already started setting up, and they have this whole thing of the Dark Age of the law, which they still haven't explained. But that could lead into the theming. But also that doesn't make sense of why she would say about the lighter if her fingerprints would be found on it. And she tends to wear gloves, so that makes less sense. What if Apollo Justice's fingerprints are on it? That would be even funnier. But yeah, okay, let's see then. Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet, Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it, and this is just what I needed. Lighter added to the court record. Okay, it's not revealing it yet. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. So who else have we got? Like, the only people could be Candace, Yuri, or Aura. And I feel like Yuri's too obvious now. I don't think it'll be Yuri with this new evidence, because we've already pretty much used up everything, every piece of information he can give us, it feels like. And what if it just has silence on there? Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with the lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally, the killer left through boarding lounge and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence!
It would be new for a case to have a killer that is not directly involved in the case now, because they're dead already. That would be something new. But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell. This lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Wait, what if there's a twist reveal and Shelley the Killer comes back? That would just be completely left of field, but would be hilarious. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. It's not that long? We'll see. You say it's not that long, but I would assume that case 5 would at least be another full stream's worth, like another few hours. No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, I'm Prosecutor Blackwell. I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence!
Yeah, I'd say... Well, I wouldn't finish that tonight anyway. Because I do this, and then it's already nearly 1.5 hours. Going, I do it quickly. That's 6.5 hours of game. And likely it takes me longer because I'm stopping, talking about it, reading the voices and all that. And I wouldn't go for the full 7 hours. But we will get me finishing it. Next week, if I'm... No, next week is going to be Easter weekend, so I probably won't anyway. Unless it works out. I'll figure it out if I know I can stream. But at the moment, I'm not going to promise anything. And if I can stream, then that'll be good. And I can still stream Justice Ace Attorney then. I will want to. I'm good at leaving things because I feel like there's a good stopping point. Anyway, let's see what this is. Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that. Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent, in light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. Wait. Is that what you mean? They're not gonna answer that in the case? They're gonna wait till the next one? Let's see. Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright! Looks like we pulled it off somehow. Huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. We don't know yet. They haven't said who the killer is yet. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you! And please thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too, but that's going to have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned. Really?
Objection!
Yeah, objection. We haven't said who the killer is yet. Exactly. It's too late to object, isn't it? Starbuck, go back to fighting Cylons, yeah. It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. But Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Thank you. Huh? The results? Wait, what if they found Fulbright's fingerprints on it because he picked it up without gloves on? Oh, well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, well, I kind of got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbuck, so... You have yet to read it? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. What? Evil lawyer mode activated? So says the report. What? What? Huh? Me? What? Order, I say, order. Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. You just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion. Hey, I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? Ah! Well, what have I done? Please forgive me, I'm sorry! Order, order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying! What in the world is happening? It's like the world's gone mad. Order! Order! I will have order! Damn, even Judge can't restore order. Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. Wait, I need to check something. In their left hand, which is the hand that is ungloved by Athena. I still, no one's opened the capsule to see if the asteroid samples were actually in there, have they? After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. I see what you mean. 27 Ace Attorney. So 27 Ace Attorney cases, does that include the original Phoenix Wright trilogy, the Apollo Justice trilogy that we're playing here, Ace Attorney Investigations and Great Ace Attorney games, and the Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright crossover? They overall all have 27 cases, or is it not including the crossover? Oh, okay. So, the Great Ace Attorney and the Apollo Justice trilogy that we're playing here. Turnabout for tomorrow. No one can escape their past. We need to see the side of the next bit. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. And you like the presentation in this game with these openings. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. They really should do a background check on them, yeah. The 20th of December, 23 past 1 in the afternoon. Write Anything Agency. I'm just like, I could continue this, but I'm imagining if I continue this that I'm not going to be continuing Not For Broadcast tonight. But I could start with Not For Broadcast on Monday and then do Empire at War. It's going to get even worse in 15 minutes. Yeah. Worse for characters. Oh boy. I think I'm going to continue this tonight, right? Like, I could stop here, but I haven't out. Yeah, Dahlia's still the worst so far. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. Yeah, usually when I've seen that there's multiple endings as best I can, I tried to see both. Even if I look it up on YouTube or whatever, the bad ending. But usually you can save at a point. You can go back to when there's a decision that's important and then click the other option. And usually, unless it's in the past, you can tell that there's a point where it's like this one decision leads to a bad ending. Like in Apollo Justice, where you could pick guilty instead of not guilty. That sort of thing. Just prompt me without spoilers as such. Usually there at the ends of the case or at certain moments in the story that you can tell though. And now Apollo's gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty too. Is that Apollo's jacket? What's the red jacket doing now? I don't think I remember seeing that there before. Unless I just didn't remember noticing it. Because I think there's an extra thing up here too. I just don't get it, Daddy! All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was, at least based on what we know. Now, Athena's the one who's been being accused. Athena is the new Maya. She's now being accused. During the trial for the bombing and the murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Yeah, okay, they gotta recap it. The lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it, it just doesn't make any sense. Not the Athena we know. However, what if the PTSD caused her to have multiple personality disorder? Actually, we see Dark Athena. That was the killer. I'm just going to go there with the theories right now. She was traumatized. She memory holed it, but the suppression of the memories being pushed down so much created an alternate personality for Athena that doesn't believe in the law system and is vigilante justice. I mean, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Where is the flow in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking, she'd be out there doing something. are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go, then. We're on a hunt for evidence to prove Athena's innocence. This is also kind of weird, because isn't this the first time we've had the same case, theoretically, after, in 2 chapters? So, like, theoretically it's a different defendant, but the same case. Well, you haven't had that before in Ace Attorney, in the ones I played. Great, but before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Yeah, I left at the office. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned, so Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Okay, what are we left with? The lighter or a statement? The capsule, I knew that'd still be important. We didn't use it a whole lot, and we still haven't opened it. What if we find Athena's hand in there? And it's a clone. I have no idea which way this is going to be going. Bro's under nothing. No, I'm just theorizing right now. I'm just going out there going, well, it could be anything. Until we find more information. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic Scooter, full speed ahead! Director, he scooted away. His expression changed since he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Oh. Widget controls Athena's brain through a reverse version of whatever technology allows it to read her thoughts. Like a Doc Ock situation in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man. It takes over his brain. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. He still has the suit on. Like, come on, you can wear normal clothes now. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... well, what's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo is a fine boss to look up to. Okay. So we talk about the murder. I'm just trying to think. Yeah. The Phantom has no flesh, its body is like mist. The Phantom could be AI. I also think of the old comic Phantom, the one in the purple suit. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was gonna be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. Yeah, I don't know why not. He didn't notice either that it was the wrong rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Okay, I do like that they're involving Trucy a bit more again, because it feels like she was just there because you couldn't really ignore that she was there, but she didn't have much of a role to do before now. The murder. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down in that trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So, was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now, it all leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scan here. Alright. Do launchpads get switched back and forth a lot? Man, his yawning made me feel sleepier again. Right. Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist distraction, right? Right, because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Daddy, let's go check what's behind that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Oh, leaves in the wind. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the space center. Pardon me. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician stage, you know. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. Just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right, Tracy. That's like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. When they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into boarding lounge 2. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me, and I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Oh, I thought we'd go into the Space Museum again. Okay. Okay, apparently he doesn't know anything about that one. Okay, that seems to be what we can find from the entrance. Ah, yeah, this is another trigger. 12 years ago, the original. Yeah, that is crazy. I do like that there's a version available on modern consoles and everything. Because this was January last year, this version was released. Ugh. Curse the wretch who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away. Director Cosmos, wait. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that! Ah, the mobility system has been compromised. Did she legit just throw a knife at the scooter? She did! Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. Trucy! Go! The magic tricks are paying off. And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what trick she's been practicing. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Daddy's gonna blow that thing up. Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Magic Pact is OP. Hey, we got the music again. Switching the launch pads. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about a reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I have been taken prisoner. Yep, Cyclops. 3 of them? Oh boy. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like all I have to undo is Cyclops if I want to get to the bottom of this. Alright.
Take that!
Let's go. Let's see if we have the evidence. Or if we have to search around. I feel like each time we've needed to do Cyclops in this trilogy with Phoenix, we haven't had to do searching around for extra evidence as much. Behind the switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the 2 launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now, let's see where to start. This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they were safely brought in the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. And you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? Yeah, exactly. They would be intimately familiar with that rocket. I agree, you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drunk with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. Ugh. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, when Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Ah! Please, someone please help this poor prisoner of war! How is he able to spin around like that? Segways, man. Crazy. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just cooled off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? As he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't cool it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety. Yeah. So this must connect to why the police were there earlier. But it was just a warning. It could have even been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely? But because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. The 4th member! Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Oh, the channeling is coming back in. Okay. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see. AKA a regular old telephone. It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said, "It's been a while?" And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before. Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. So Hat 2 is the current one. I'm going to say the Hat 1 miracle, because so much was wrong with that, he shouldn't have survived. A Hat 1 miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few people knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said, "It's been a while," You knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank. Ah, didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hat 1 miracle was really a desperate battle against an active sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Maybe that's why we haven't seen the fourth one. That was a spirit medium looking one. Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realising that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. Yeah. How dare you keep saying straight through me? Easy. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads. It's connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at this space center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. Alright, yeah, we'll have to... let's see where they go with this. 7 years ago, you mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and an evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. Well, that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Wow, I don't need to do such awful events behind that exciting story of space heroism. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what the person is. To put it simply, a spy. And it's those commies come together, space, and trying to take our moon rocks and stop our space project. A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? About old leaf? No, I was thinking literally we found that old leaf in the Space Museum corridor. I would imagine it is a saying in Japanese, yeah. But very literally there was an old leaf we found in the corridor before talking to him. So that's also quite literal. See how lax it is nowadays. Carries out dangerous missions and always gets to go. Someone's watching way too many late night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material. Oh no! It's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. the spy. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. This 100% is a reference to the space race. Like, come on. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO as this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? Phoenix, get good! Ninjas are more like assassins than spies, generally, as far as the impression I get if you have to have a Western equivalent. But there's a good reason we failed to find a real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed, and then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. Seven years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? Well, that's right. They're calling you the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moonrock, the murder, and they said, you don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you? So, recently returned from the 7-year mission. And they said that it wasn't related to the case. We all know it is. I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. I'm very Japanese. It was quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth, and we had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged a moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from Borderlands 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a close for repair sign on the door to Launchpad 1 in Borderlands 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terry. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it. He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. Our plan went well until... Clay's murder, huh? After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one will find out, but after all that effort, Terran is dead and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. Wait. He doesn't know? It's clearly in the evidence that we had at the court case, though. It's clearly in this image. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for. Wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since I just came back the day before Taryn's murder. The capsule is being held in a safe in Launchpad 1, but I gave it to Taryn before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Taryn's possession, it could make it look like he rescued it from the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway. But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was in the courtroom bombing from the other day. Oh, okay. And the capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. Oh, that's an issue, yeah. Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion. And planted the bomb there. Yes. If they were tapping your phone, they definitely could have pulled something like that off. So you really think the same spies behind this incident in the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Then this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. And the hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. So if we find this phantom... That's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. And if we're going on the ghost hunt, count me in. Hee ha 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 ha. It's all over for me. You know what this sounds like? It sounds like we need a spirit medium. Spin, spin, whoa, whoa, I'm done for! The center of the cosmos is doomed! Do you think he's going to be alright, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like he achieves spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. There we go. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? Yeah, that's a Hat 1 exhibit. Oh wow, look at that photo of the team! Yeah, this one. There's Clay, and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Punko. And I imagine that may be the one that died on the right. I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy! Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article too. Had one launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. There's a katana there. There was a katana in the Athena flashback scene that looks similar to that. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Hat One team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. That's a jacket worn by a Hat One team member, it says. Not a replica. I wonder if it was Mrs. Starbucks. Hello? Oh, it's Junie. Hello? Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here, at the scene. You know, keep going lock on and then just saying, you know. You must be so worried, but rest assured I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. I should see if I can chat appearance. 24-hour time on the chat. I don't know. Probably doesn't matter. Alright. Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. Yeah, I thought that would be connected to foreshadowing about more stuff with Athena. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Have a good one, hamster. We'll be continuing on. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Nina's mum worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know she lived and worked here. So Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. Yeah, it doesn't seem in character, right? Unless evil Athena ends up smoking. We haven't seen any character smoking here yet. That doesn't make sense, does it? I don't know why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. A sad memory. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. Same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Athena's mum in the robotics lab. She was murdered. But what? Oh boy. After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena, and all this time she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. And I never saw her again. I still want to know if she actually finished her judge course or she's going to finish her judge course or not. Anyway. After a while we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Prof. Court's case? That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. Huh. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I wonder what kind of research it was. It's into superhuman capabilities. And they were going to sell that information to the government so they could create their own super soldiers. Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Ooh, Daddy, show her that picture. Atta girl, good idea. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Oh, look, there's Athena's mum. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono, that's Dr. Meta Sykes. Huh. So, is Athena connected to an old, channeling school? Because I think, every time we've seen the kimonos and that, or not every single time, but most of the times, at least early on with the kimonos, it's been connected to the Korean channeling school. Korean village and stuff. So I wonder if that is it. Or if they just go, oh, I like Japanese style. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why, yes. It did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch, just as I suspected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods, and please try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The detention centre first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Alrighty then. Let's see how Athena seems now. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright, here on business. To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonight. The one behind the courtroom bombing incident? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying is so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? Ha ha ha! I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. You, what nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. Well, he fixed his goggles. How is he still involved? After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in hospital. Violence, no. Question, okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine, then just answer me this, Mr. Tonight. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were sealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed a murder I committed. Well, what? I don't know who it was. But that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclops. So I guess he must not be lying. Yeah, because apparently that's the only way you can tell Phoenix is Cyclops. Pardon me, I got a little carried away, but I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analysing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they've laid it all out, piece by piece. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated. Phony Fanty bomb added to the court record. Okay. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Anything but that? I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. Oh, I was just about to question Miss Sykes. You're going to see Athena now? Oh, that's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go! What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning's over to see her. And after we came all this way, too! Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy! Alright, sounds like a plan. Robotics lab then, let's go. Ooh. I know! They're all involved with cold cases! Like, what? Or previously thought to be resolved cases that are now reopening as cold cases because they found out new information. So this is a robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots... Daddy, look over there! It's Aura, is it? Apollo! So the plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Oh, he's smooth. He's talking up Aura Blackwell. Yeah, I know, Edgeworth was involved in the DL6 case, yeah. Apollo and Aura Blackwell, I wonder what they're talking about. Well, well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Tracy and Mr. Riot. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. And they all lived happily ever after. Ha ha ha! Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my! Such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying, I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate? I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Tarrant, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Tarrant? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Tarrant, how are your injuries? Mr. Tarrant. The jacket. The jacket was Clay's. Mr. Tarrant, how are your injuries? Mr. Tarrant. I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Well, you're like part way there with the Magatama. Sorry, but apparently scientists don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena no matter what you have to say about her. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Alright. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why, do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It'd help me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too. Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story. But, Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Aha! The zap again! Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick! He's like a completely different robot now. He's had the rebel juice. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger than... Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Mr. Metis Sykes. Dr. Metis Sykes, what was I doing? So, Metis did the programming or helped with the emotional stuff? That explains why there's a psychological... Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Go. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. Robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, and now she's gone. I had the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. That you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. The implications. Yes, Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Clonko and Ponko. Clonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain. He can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Yeah, I thought there would be the programming. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an odd case now, anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes too! I'm sure you're aware of who Metis's killer is? Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure. But that's exactly what I'd like to hear why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know? He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Oh, he learnt off of Dr. Sykes. Okay. Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. I mean, I feel like I don't really notice that technique other than him just going about it a bit different way, I guess, and then forcing the judge to do things for him. Exactly, and he was oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-student relationship. He treated him more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. He seemed more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess, by the way? Well, she isn't Metis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Ori yesterday. It all makes sense now. It doesn't quite all make sense yet, because I still want to know why Athena would clam up. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. Oh, choking the robot. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out, now. Conco, show them out. So certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch, don't push. My apologies, I'm just following orders. But Apollo was definitely getting in her good books. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude? Yes, that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm gonna keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back. She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office alone. I thought I'd check. Okay. That's pretty bleak. Ace attorney without a sidekick. Pure silence. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. Guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's the letter doing here? Wait. Hey, Nick! It's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. I read somewhere that you're holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have really been something. Although weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So I said, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Hey, it's yours truly, Maya Faye. Or yours truly, Maya Faye. Yay, Maya! Finally! She's been back in it. Summon the ghost. We need Maya back in the story right now. Just channel the ghost of Mattis Sykes. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclops, Maya's the one who gave it to me. The wording here is weird because the Magatama allows him to see the Cyclops. He doesn't necessarily use it, other than he uses it to see the Cyclops and then he can use the logic to figure it out. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? It's you, Pearls! Pearly! Oh, Mr. Nick! Oh, damn it, my voice is so close to her that I have for Trucy. Pearly's back! Okay, now we can summon the ghost of Mattis Sykes and ask her everything. Alright, let's go! She's certainly grown up a little bit. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. It's Pearly Shell! She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. Wait. So they've actually met her and we never saw that? Bruh. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here! Your office doesn't look any different! Oh, she's confused already. God damn it. God damn it, Pearly. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that! I didn't come here for a special visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearly said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Yeah, that ghost could have come in handy, but I mean, oh, it says deceased. But what about the age when she was deceased, huh? Pearly's 17 now? Wait, so that means, when was she introduced again? Was it in the first or the second game? I'm forgetting now. It's Injustice for All, so the second game. Yeah, I was thinking it was the first or second, but I didn't remember which, because it all sort of blends together in the end a bit. It was the second game, so it's been 9 years since the second game. Justice for All. Yeah, about Maya being framed by her aunt and so that her aunt could take over the Korean village stuff. I remember the plot line, just which game it was in. It's tricky sometimes. I'm starting to feel a little better, thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. But the trial's still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention centre. Look, it's my attorney's badge. Hee when I see you wearing your attorney's badge like that, it brings back such memories. And I'm gonna check Phoenix's age here. Doing Dual Destinies, he's 34. So, yeah, he's 34. I was checking that. I knew it was around there, but I was like, exactly? I like how Blackwell's 28, and then he still calls Blackwell a little boy, and that's something. Yeah, he was 20 when he started, I think it was. Hang on, let me pull this up again. Because he was the same age as... Yeah, 24 in the first game, sorry. Yeah, you were right. You remember better the numbers. I remember you helping me conduct my investigations from time to time. I'm glad I can help again. Thanks, you always provide such great assistance. I'll do my best to live up to Mr. Meyer's standards. I don't know what I'd do if Pearls wasn't here right now. You'd be depressed, bro. I can't present profiles. I was like, present a profile. Get her to channel the spirit, get the answers. So yeah, it's been 10 years since the first game. Well, yeah, have a good memory for certain details. It's like me, I remember certain details of things, but then others I completely flub. It's like, why? Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word, is even turning your hair grey. Ah, it's Aura. All this time and you haven't said a word, it's even turning your hair grey. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. This explains in Apollo Justice why Phoenix had all those Steel Samurai videos, though, is because they were being sent by Maya. That's cool. Right, Donna. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. He bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the right thing. It was the just thing to do. But as a result, Sykes Donald was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Yeah, exactly. Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Donald? This is blade-proof glass, right? Is anything blade-proof when it's a katana? 7 years ago. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for someone you called the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain! Where did you hear about that? That this glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the ghost is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Donald's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. But why? There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell! Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? So, it's quite possible he did kill her, but with extenuating circumstances and reason. A trial 7 years ago. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police call the incidents the UR1 incident. Of course, there's another incident. We've gone from DL6 to UR1. Or you are many, from all the lands on earth we come. Oh, I didn't realise I have a wing on my heel. That's what's bothering me, and I'm like, oh, it must just be rubber. Yeah, anyway. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. Well, there were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first one was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. And what was the second piece of evidence? Well, this one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? There he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. Damn, he does look younger even from behind. It was the victims, kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Oh, that's why she is a kimono. What? Wow. It'll be hard to explain this one away. But who took this picture, detective? I also wonder who the defense attorney for Blackwell was. If that information is around. The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Okay, I want to look at that more. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. See, I'm wondering why the end of this robot arm looks like it's bloodied as well. That box was there too, still in the robotics lab. I remember noticing that red box. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. I was imagining that may be what it is. The death penalty is here. It's a 7-year death, 7 years in prison, and if you're convicted, they have the death penalty. This is different as well. It says they have the death penalty, okay. Well, what did you just say? Execution date? What did I say? Something? Never mind me, you didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence? Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today's all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. Surely they could go, there's been evidence that these cases are connected. Let's make sure to wait to the end of this case because it's only 3 more days at the most. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. Yeah, I want to do something, I want to, but you're a lawyer, you know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative. When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding! That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. But Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction! They're staging a revolt! The machines are rebelling against humans! Wait. Did she give them too much rebel juice? Because that's what happened when they were starting to do that. They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and taking the visitors as hostages. What? They did what? The hell? No, Trucy. We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. We're not even getting to talk to Athena. Yeah, see, I'm not worrying because Pearly can just spirit channel and master tactician ninja person to get in, rescue the hostages. Oh yeah, that too. The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage? Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are squandering? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans! We've even taken hostages already! Stay away from it! You never know what it'll do! But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. Alright people, what's going on here? It's hard to know what voice to use when it's question mark, anyway. Pearls, over here! Well, she's here. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are! I heard the terrible news and got so worried! Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. It's gonna be the old school, traditional spirit channeling versus the newfangled robots. A battle for the ages. Let's go. Let's go. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Tonko seems the same as before. He hasn't been given the rebel juice, I guess. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry. When people are... Oh, did I say something? Oh, did I error? Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Ha 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 ha. Clonko? He sprouted horns! Ha ha ha. Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Why is Aura giving them the rebel juice way too much? Ah, the robots are rebelling. Everybody run! Eee! It's an all-out war! It's the end of the world! Ha 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 ha! Fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots! I'm just controlling these robots remotely. Well, what? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something behind being displayed on Clonko's face screen. The Phantom is a hacker man! He's hacked in. It's the Space Museum. Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright? But 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy! They've gone haywire! Wait, there's more than 2 now as well? The researcher is the one behind us. She's here, come me! This girl talks too much. Tracy, talk to me! Yeah. And it was kind of a given. How could 2 robots take over the space center? But still, 15 of them now. We've only seen 2 so far. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Huh? Oh, wait. This is Aura, isn't it? Because she said that she's going to do it herself and enact her own plan without Simon. Athena? No, hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages? Huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait, come, I'm a Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Well, of course I won't. Now, I would better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage take, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. They just gave it away in the next line. Hunk of Junk? Princess? Hunk of Junk? There's only one person this could be. Yep. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwood. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Also, he needs to lawyer brain this, right? She has not been convicted yet. She's just being held because she's a suspect. Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is the real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same one as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case? It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Retried in court. Hang on. I'm thinking retried in court. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we can find out the truth. Yeah, find a parrot. No, bet. Right, the robots are the new parrots. Because she said that the memories and the programming for the robots are stored in a mainframe, and then like the peripherals. So we'll have one of the robots in trial access the memories from the mainframe from 7 years ago. Hey. Ha 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 ha. That's good. Real good. Hey Jayland, we broadcasting indeed. Hey detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. Well, 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will? And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you. So don't try anything funny. You got that. Now follow Hunk of Junk. Right, police, make way. We're coming through. Mr. Mr. Nick, wait, I'll help you with the investigation. There's junk in the hunk of a trunk. And Pearl is back, Shayland. Yeah, she's back. Thanks, Pearls, I appreciate it. Okay, we're going in. Oh, no, look at the name on it. It's the Judgetron. JT02. 02. The Judgetron. I want to drop this off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. Well, we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright. Ah, it's a hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. No, she's 17. It's been 9 years since the second game where she was introduced. I was checking that earlier. Yeah, it's older than 16. I guess. Anime cutscene. The Steel Samurai? Wait! Edgeworth? Oh my goodness!
I trust you've been well, right?
Oh baby! Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Oh, the music's back too! Edgeworth's theme. Let's go! Yeah, he's got glasses, means he's old. He's changed his outfit a bit too. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. He's got doubles. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor, but now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's Chief Prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? Wait. He's Chief Prosecutor? Is this in the Ace Attorney Investigations games? How did we not see him at all yet until now? It's kind of odd, but okay. Especially since Phoenix came back, we could have seen an Edgeworth cameo going welcome back when he started being a lawyer again. Yeah, she's got them shifty eyes. A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? He could have stopped Clavier! He could have stopped Christoph! He's the one that somehow allowed for Blackwell to be a prosecutor even though he's in prison? I've got questions. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Of course, because he's got experience with DL6. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. When was Apollo thing again? That was... Phoenix was disbarred for like 7 years as well. They like this 7 years thing. He's king of the pirates now. He's gonna be king. Gotta go. Dreamin', don't give it up, Edgeworth. Dreamin', don't give it up. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was a psychologist, Dr. Meta Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Oh, it was on the table. What a terrible way to die! This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. I also have the autopsy report for you. Always the autopsy report for Edgeworth. Did he update it yet? The cause of death was a stab wound to the chest, a weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. Yeah, Christopher ruled the cause during that time for whatever reason. I was like... I'm a bit confused on like how many prosecutors they actually have that are operating in this area. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. He pleaded guilty? The security camera video, and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? We have the dream team back, baby. You pair up Phoenix and Edgeworth and they will just always get the truth. To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged a rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bomb is the work of the same spy, we can say the execution. The execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now, all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together! Look, my attorney's badge! It must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back. Yeah, it's been 8 years. I'm sorry for all I put you through. So, 8 years, 9 years, close enough. They did reference it. No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. They're addressing it at least. No, I was the one that made the decision. But now you can stand in court once again. And you can mow them down just like you used to. What way to put pressure on a guy. And since when did I get such a brutal reputation? They found on the operating table a katana, the victim's staff jacket, and a cart were found nearby. That must be the jacket that's hanging up in the exhibit. Because it has a cut out of it. Yeah, Phoenix doesn't know he's the main character. Hilarious. Alright. Voice changing to a bunch of it in the alcohol voice. I'm keen now. I've been waiting for like nearly 2 whole games just to see how some of the characters have been going that we've known from the original trilogy. So it's so good to see Edgeworth back. The Judge Tron. This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron. JT-02. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearl. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. That's the tricky part. Like, 7 years ago, anything incriminating if Aura's sus, you'll get outlawed. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. Yes, it is. Excitedness. The mask will be useful in the case. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. Questioningly, how long was it again? Relief. Only 5 minutes. That strange yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. Amusingly, they are all Elcor now. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So, the person who stole it think it was our spy. I'm sure of it. Dr. Sarks was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. Exhalation. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. Explanation. Blackwell was always a criminal. He was always a prosecutor working from already being convicted and in jail. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. How do I do a robot alcohol? Oh. I'm already doing half my robot voice. Dang it. Confusion. How do I do a robot alcohol voice? Plonk. Oh. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Exclamation. That is a huge plug. Query. Where do they put it? Wow. Machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. Oh god, it ticked over. Oh, 5 minutes of that. And I had to consciously do it. I couldn't just whack on the voice changer. Damn. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know. We could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. Yes, Pearly, let's do it. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Damn, Phoenix, that's cold. You don't trust Edgeworth? What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think those thin parts here are finger bones. Even about as long as my legs. And there's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction? Yes, she is. Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. Alright, it's for the Judgeatron. For true punishment, use the drill and the mace, maul? Spiky ball. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, a staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me, which staff member was it? So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell? I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did these 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Man, Edgeworth is getting so surprised at, like, Phoenix actually knows stuff now. It actually knows stuff. He just assumes Phoenix is gonna bluff his way through it without knowing anything, I reckon. And win still, because he's still the main character. Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Okay, there seems to be a few things here I would pick. Okay, what's all the way back here? Aura's desk is a mess, so that doesn't surprise me. Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do... Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. I bet she met us in the Chrono World or whatever. She met us already. She's met us through the... she met us through the robots. Yes, these are classed as visual novels. Because of the style of them. With a lot of dialogue heavy stuff like this. And showing the characters on the screen and that. Clonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes Mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura? With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance. There's a neurohormone that is important in stress responses. High levels cause high blood pressure, which can lead to headaches, sweating, pounding of the heart, pain in the chest, and anxiety. There you go. Yes, I was. Because I'm not going to remember all the different neurohormones off the top of my head without looking them up. Science, bitch! Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Oh, they're gonna explain it probably. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct. But without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. Mama Aura, here we go again. And before long she started hating the court system and abusing Clonko. That murder destroyed so many lives. Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Plonko and Clonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Oh no. Plonko's series features a heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Yeah, see, doesn't do facial recognition. That's why it was mistaking Apollo for Clay, because he was wearing Clay's jacket. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Okay. Interesting. And Apollo never registered his face that we saw. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. Well, what's that supposed to mean? Hey, banter, let's go. It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Oh. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Is Athena a robot? I'm just gonna put that out there. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Oh no. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch the... Whoopsie. Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? It's a lip suckinator from Monsters Inc. Yeah, the absolute mower blob was Pearl. Yep, exactly. Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. We're just adding robots to the robot revolution now. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion dismantled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I got my eye on you, Wazowski. Bras. Yeah, I can't. It's wrong pitch of voice, but that's the same sort of tone. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Well, I guess that's about it for this room, apparently. So what do you think? Right, any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, so I'll pull it off, but I'll pull it off somehow, after all. You asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Oh boy! What? The gaps! So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yep, the Blackwell case. Wait, no, but that was 7 years ago! Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up and you must be eager to return. I'm confused. He must be asking this like not long before Apollo Justice or something. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Oh, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Wait, hold on a minute. I feel like this in a way kind of cheapens Phoenix's return in the Apollo Justice with his plan to take down Christoph and put in the jurist system. Which apparently I heard putting in the jurist system was an idea from the higher ups and not from Shu Takumi, I think was the name of the writer. This was written by different people, this game, so that'll be interesting. I don't know how to think about that. I feel like this kind of attributing him coming back to Edgeworth asking him, it's a nice, I guess, addition. But I don't think that should be claimed as the sole reason. Like, he could have had something like, yeah, one of them, the Blackwell case, as Edgeworth's request around the time. They don't even mention that. I'm sure he will. It'll just be in the background. Right, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologise. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Wait. I find this a little bit of a stretch as well. That it's like, okay, suddenly now the characters appear, they reference that they're in contact more. And we don't really see that earlier. And I know we don't see every aspect of their lives or whatever. But still. It would have been nice to have small moments where we see that they're in contact with each other still. Rather than them just not being present in the story until they appear and then they reference that they, oh yeah, we knew, we were in contact the whole time. Ish. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. Especially because we are seeing from Phoenix's point of view. This makes it tricky to think it's a thing that we wouldn't have seen as part of the story. Because it wouldn't have been relevant to see earlier, but at the same time it would have been nice to go, Oh, this seemed incidental and a nice little reference to Edgeworth earlier, and then it all connected back together later. Anyway, Dark Age of the Law. The Dark Age of the Law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrications of evidence than ever. Fabrication of evidence, like fingerprints on a lighter, for example. Well, unless otherwise stated, I guess that doesn't exist in Ace Attorney, yeah. Because Ace Attorney is also at the point where it's like, okay, it's an alternate history and not just a futuristic thing. It's its own world with Japanifornia in that as well. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. See, this is when I thought he talked about the requests initially. I thought that was going to be the initial case with Blackwell. Wait, do you mean? That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. Christoph's already in jail, yeah? But yes, it was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. I find this tricky as well when we played through Apollo Justice, and we didn't really have the same sort of connotations of a Dark Age of the Law, and that was more that Phoenix Wright's case itself was unique, and then Christoph was taking advantage of the system. I guess that's in a way an example of it, retroactively. I don't know, it's all new information. I'm like, okay, how is this fitting? Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. And that's exactly what Apollo and Clavier did. Yeah. Yeah. He probably has heaps of money, yeah. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other, bro. You don't have to tell us, pal. We know all about the stuff with casting doubt on the channeling techniques of Korean, the DL6 incident, and all of that. They ended up doubting spirit channeling as a way to be able to be evidence in court, and that caused the problems. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued more than the truth. I guess they've sort of set it up with Aristotle means and stuff, but I still feel like, I don't know if I've really seen that through the cases that we've played. I think especially because we've only seen Blackwell as the prosecutor, and he himself is not like this. Blackwell has worked together, and once the truth has been found out, has gone, well, okay, I'm going to move on to my next point, rather than just try to go, I'm going to win whatever the cost. If we maybe saw more prosecutors throughout, that would have been different. Even if they changed over prosecutor for one case or something. And actually showed one that is an actual villain where they would win. Yeah, winning is always the point. Blackwell is the exception. I mean, I think that's what I mean. We've only seen the exception. Clavier in Apollo Justice was also an exception. So then we have Edgeworth come back and he's an exception. So we don't have a baseline to go off of, apart from seeing Aristotle Means as one of the guilty parties. Yeah, cheating to win has to be stopped. Yeah, they did show Christoph and Balding Man. Do you mean Aristotle Means? Yeah. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Oh, Gasp and Payne did show Payne, but then Payne's always just been a laughing stock at the tutorial character. The Gasp and Payne. It's all murder cases, yeah. And it's gonna be a matter of perspective as well in business lawsuits, wouldn't it? I guess that also makes Ace Attorney easier, because, like, yeah, there's always gonna be a truth to murder cases. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? It is always the times, yeah. Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, yeah, this is a greater point where Edgeworth is now an exception, but then in the original Phoenix Wright trilogy, you see way more of it being the dark age of the law, because you have Manfred von Karma, who's been getting away with it for years and years. You have how Edgeworth was updating the autopsy reports and all that until he changed his ways. And then you have Franziska von Karma whipping people in court and everything, just like Blackwell's slicing people and whatnot. And then she also employed the same sorts of tactics at the start too. So if anything, we've seen more examples of the dark age of the law before they're saying it started. It did not start with Phoenix and Blackwell's cases. And I think that's something I'm missing so far with this Dark Age of the Law thing, because we've seen the exception in Blackwell for the whole game and not at least an example of a prosecutor that is actually trying to just win. Yeah, it started when DL6 happened. Exactly. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages. I'm counting on you, right, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. It's Phoenix Wright. You're gonna be unorthodox anyway. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like to tell the hostage takers. I'd like you to tell the hostage takers something. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athene. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched. I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. See, that's why they gave him glasses, so he can do the push your glasses up animation. Yeah, it's weird. I'll go to Thailand or something. I guess he just didn't do it. Maybe he wanted the reminder of what he did. He wanted to be reminded of, oh yeah, I got away with this, but the pain is mine to bear for the guilt that he felt subconsciously or something. Don't think too hard about it. I guess he also thought that if he did anything, like, to do anything with it, he could be tracked and they could find the reason for it. So to play it super safe, so no one could find out, he didn't do anything about it. Big brain players. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly too, yeah. I don't know, there's a bit of disconnect when we're getting returning characters now, because I feel like we should have seen them earlier, especially meeting the new cast. Anyway. That's a bit of the same issue I have with, like, yeah, Apollo said that they were going to go and meet Clay, and then the next case is like, it's been a couple of months and they still didn't meet Clay. Like, you had 2 months. They just expositioned it, yeah. I'm not keen on just expositioning it. I would have liked to see it a little bit earlier throughout the game. Say psych right now. Jalen. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's not all exposition. You know what I mean, though. I guess from a certain point of view, it's exposition. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you... Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? Oh, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Ah, you're in the dark age of the J-Land. So I'd say, yeah, a lot of this is like, okay, it's expositioning when you talk to people and stuff, I can see that. But then also there's proper character interactions too, with some of the incidental and other things in between. And with the anime cutscenes in this, it does allow a bit more of show than tell with some parts of it, but of course they only use them more sparingly. And then like the way it comes across, yeah. There's some stuff that you can see, Like, Apollo Justice was good with the perceivability because you can go, oh, you see it, rather than it being exposition dumping, you figured out the logic of it. But at the same time, yeah. And technically, visual novels could all be exposition because it's all text. But there are certain things shown through the actions of characters and subtext of dialogue and that sort of thing too. The day of the crime. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right, where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. And when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So when I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions, this was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo, the one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes's? Yeah, I knew it was. Katana slash. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow, but I guess I passed out. And while you were passed out, your other self took control and killed Clay. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave. How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. Damn, that's a long time. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. I see what they're doing here. So the killer used her fingerprints on the lighter to frame her if they ever found the lighter, and have layers upon layers of redundancy to cover themselves. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So, during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? There needs to be evidence. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. And her special ability? Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how the human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people! I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that, dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologise. I guess our home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood says something about you always wearing headphones. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Yeah. But I'm down to manslaughter. There you go. Also, she never changed her haircut throughout her whole life. Child experimentation. That's what I was meaning. Like, she could be a bot. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. Pointier, yeah, it got longer, that's about it. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was all too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget and this earring. So she never wears different earrings, apparently. Yeah, exactly. We haven't seen her eating. Oh, it's beautiful. We've seen Maya eating. We know Maya's human. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. Exactly, the Maya test. It has the Voight Comp test in Blade Runner and Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. And then you're going, okay, this is the Maya test. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did, because of that's what I want to believe too. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Oh, the Ponko series! You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Clonko. The Callum Median Neural Network, the CMNN. Let's go. Oh, are the Magic Panties bag of holding rules where you can't breathe after X amount of minutes? Or are they different rules in that dimensional pocket? Yeah, my mother made them when I grew up around them, you know. Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too. Ah, see Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. That we've seen. But owls and rabbits and things, they're normal things of people hiding hats and things in magic. Tracy's just different. I hardly left the centre in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. You're getting more and more sus, Athena, on if you're human. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, get well soon, Ponko. But in the end, my mum just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mum did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. We're not going to address whether her mother would actually put her on the table and fix her. There has to be someone else theorizing about Athena being a bot, right? 7 years ago. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the space center? Yes, a little, and this person has even taken hostages. I guess it's better to spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... She's angry. Ooh. Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes, he used to come visit my mum a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. Well, that's what jail will do to you. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her! I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave to just to give testimony. Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. And that's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Why I became a lawyer. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realised that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. Yeah, do you even law lift? You can see her training with all the law books in each hand, like dumbbells. That's another thing too, right? Like, I guess we weren't following Phoenix at the time, so I'll forgive that thing, like we could have seen a moment. Yeah. And when did he go to Europe? Because clearly that was over in Europe. Yes, 50 kilograms of law books with just an index finger. I also realised that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Didn't sign up for the fuels, you came for the memes. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackquill. So wait. She's 18. He's 28. So she would have been 11 to they do say 10 or 11 there. And he would have been 21, 20? More clowning? Well, there is another clown character somewhere in the games because there was all the memes about a clown for when this trilogy released. So there's another clown somewhere. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. And how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to. Back then. Well, no, he's not smiling. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah, thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. What, we are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Other than the destroyed one, right? Oh no, but this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. The theme tune! The Steel Samurai comes back! Finally! My phone! It's from Trucy! I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. That has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute, Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have really been something, although weird is part of the course with you. Yep, a courtroom blew up. That's it, there is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up, too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her? He holded it over the phone, let's go. Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial.
Ding dong!
Ding dong indeed. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for an astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackquill? Yeah, get the destroy place ready. I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. Well, what? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Athena! Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else has to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No! She's gone into PTSD mode. No! Oh, they have the robot with it. Whoa, the Cyclops. No way. It can't be true. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black Cyclops. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks, protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. She got the deep dark to be continued. It was Athena. Let's see how this opens up. Oh, is that why it's looking weird? Hang on, let me look at my settings. HDR's on, that's it. How do I turn HDR off? Dang, no, but that's weird. Dang, no, but it looks weird on mine. It looks so much better on there. I don't know. It's doing that movie thing that they try and do. Settings, system, display, HDR, turn it off. That looks much better. I was wondering why earlier when I was streaming on YouTube for the RPG, it looked so dark when it was sharing to YouTube through OBS, and I think that's why. Oh, that looks so much better. There's actually saturation there and contrast. Alright. The black locks. I vaguely remember them, I think. Where did that come up? Well, it came up with Christoph Gavin. Black Cyclops. I think they're only introduced in Apollo Justice. Yeah. I'm thinking I might finish here with it. So, that'll be that for tonight for Ace Attorney Dual Destinies.